Hello everybody, I decided to do another full-length video. This will be my third full-length video here. It's been a while since I did one and been kind of wanting to get back to it, so here we are. So for this session, I have chosen this photo right here. Alright, now this is not my photo, I'm borrowing it. But I wanted to do a demonstration on a scene like this, particularly because I like what it's representing here. I like the water, right? So we're going to talk about water and reflections and how to do that. And I like the way it swoops. I like the way it kind of swirls in and it kind of swoops back into the scene. I like these two trees that are kind of anchoring each side of the river here, or whatever this is, a little stream or something. And I like the light. I like the way the light filters through the trees. You can see that some of the trees are lit up here from the sun, and then some are in shade. And I just like the way the light is filtering through that. And so that's always fun to play with that light and shadow and kind of get some colors in those shadows. And just the composition of the scene really works. The way this kind of stream kind of leads you into it, and it's anchored on both sides with these two large trees here. And of course the grass and the banks of the river and how the whole landscape looks. Now we have this large rock piece right here that I'm not going to put in the painting. It wouldn't work for a painting. It's just, it doesn't add anything to the scene. In fact, I think it adds as a deterrent to the scene. In a photograph, you know, that works. But in a painting, it's not going to work so well. So I'm going to remove this object here, this large rock object. And so I'm going to have to make up the rest of this water here, and just kind of make up how I think it would look. Other than that, I'm pretty much going to try to stay close to this. I probably will add a little bit more foliage, some more colors up in the tree canopy up here. This photo shows some good shadow parts, but I want to see a little bit more foliage on the trees. And so I'm going to add a little bit more of that to it. So, okay, so that's what we're going to shoot for today. And there you have it. And here's my setup. All right, and so I'm using the combination of nupastels with oil pastels. And so here's my nupastels. Right, and you see I got a nice collection going. I always, every time I go to the art store, I always will pick up one or two extras and kind of keep building my setup. And so I started off with this set here, 36 colors, nupastel. Oops, oopsie doopsie. And as you see, I got way more than 36 colors here. Like I said, I keep adding stuff to it. And it's good to do that. It's always good to, you know, just add something to your set. Pick up a different color you haven't used or something. You know, that's always good practice. And so, so my first layering and my sketch, my composition is all done with the nupastels. And then we'll go into my oil pastels. Okay, and I like doing it because, one, I'm learning a different medium, and two, it's an inexpensive way to use oil pastels. So that's good. Okay, so we're gonna get started here. I wanted to show you guys, so when I buy nupastels, I buy them open stock, and they come with these papers on them here, as you can see, and these are not easy to get off. In fact, I've actually broken these sticks trying to remove this paper, and it's really frustrating. But I figured out a way to remove the paper. So what you need is a blade, like something like this, or some kind of razor blade, right? And this one extracts out here. So I just kind of do that, and I just kind of line up that blade. And I kind of slide it into the paper like so. Hopefully you guys can see that. And then I just kind of slice it up. There we go. There we go. So you can see how it's easy then to unwrap these by doing it that way. And I'm not breaking my stick, which these are really fragile and they break pretty easily. And I like to try to keep them this length if at all possible, because they are easy to sketch and draw with when it's a stick this size. So there's a good way of removing papers from your nupastels if you're using nupastels, or really any kind of a pastel, oil pastel that has a paper on it. You could try this using a blade here. It doesn't work so well with the oil pastels because the blade wants to dig into the oil pastel, and so, you know, so on a harder pastel it works really good. So there's that little tip for you guys. Handy little tool. Okay, so let's get started with this scene. First thing I'm going to try to do is I'm going to pull colors out, colors that I know I'm going to use. So looking at this scene here, we know we're going to have some blues, right? We have a sky blue here, and we have a deeper blue, which is reflecting the sky. And that's a deeper blue. Notice the blues are different. This is a deeper blue. It's more of a lighter sky blue. And the reflections in water are typically duller or muted. So you can see the color difference, the value difference in the blues here. So I need a couple different blues. So let's do the sky blue. Here's a good sky blue. And then a kind of a deeper blue. I'm going to use a combination of this one and maybe another one. And maybe these three together will give me some good blues here. We might pull some more. I think I'm probably going to use this lavender at some point. All right, so there's a few blues to get going. And obviously green is a big color choice here, right? We got some nice grass here, greens in the trees, greens in the back, and we have greens in the water too. So let's take that obvious green, which is going to be something like this, right? And maybe this to go with it, right? And then we got some darker greens. So let's see. Notice I don't really have dark greens, right? I mean, this is kind of like my darkest one. And I got this kind of yellowy, it's kind of got some yellow in it. It's a good natural green color. So I'm going to have to improvise a little bit. I'm going to have to combine the greens with a dark blue or something dark to kind of darken those out a little bit. So which one of these blues? I think any one would probably work. And I think I'm going to go with maybe this one here. So I think a combination of the blues and the greens is going to help me with some of these darker greens up here. And then a brown. We need some browns. So I got like kind of a medium brown, right? And then we have these little, notice these are all broken, but still can work with these. This is a darker brown. This brown here is very dark. Almost it looks like black sometimes, which I really like it. I try not to use black when it comes to landscapes. That's different though when I go to portraits or go to different types of scenes where I maybe get up close and then I have to use the black. So this is a nice dark color. This is not black actually. This is a kind of a grayish dark brown. Basically my darkest value. It's going to look black when I lay it down on the paper, but I like a good dark color here. All right, so far that's what I got going. Got some different greens and blues, my dark values, browns. Let's take a look again and check out. So notice the land, the rock here, all right, the dirt or the soil. It's kind of that beige color, all right, with some ochres in it. And so let's see if I can find something close to that in my set. So I have this color here, and this is like a nice pale yellow, beige. That'll be good for light. And then I got some ochres in there. You can see them here, a few ochres. So here's my oranges, got my ochres, and I got some lighter browns. So I don't know which one of these yellows is going to be the right choice. They look different on paper than they do here in stick form. So I'm going to kind of go with this one I've been using. And then let's get a different brown, maybe this kind of lighter brown here. It's very light. I think that's a good color for soil or that rock. So that's what we got going so far. Okay, that's pretty much it, right? So I'm going to start there. Now I might come back here and dip into some of these other values here, some of these other colors, like this light gray. I think I might end up using, but we'll see. And maybe a pink or so. But I like to kind of start off with a few colors that I know absolutely I'm going to use, and then if I need to come back over here, pull them over, I can do that. So I try to take my best guess at that, looking at my reference picture. All right. Okay, so how do we start? Where do we start? What do we do first? Notice my paper here is turned vertical, and so it matches the picture in that sense. And this is pastelmat. This is a 12 by 16 roughly, 12 by 16 inches, pastelmat, Clairefontaine pastelmat. It is absolutely my favorite paper, but it's not my favorite surface. My favorite surface, to use oil pastels on is the Da Vinci Pro panels. When it comes to papers though, pastelmat's my favorite. If you haven't tried it, it's very different than any other paper I've used. It's soft, but yet you can get a lot of layers on this product here. Okay, so let's start with laying in the land. So I'm going to grab, I think I'm just going to grab that gray that I was kind of thinking about here. And I'm noticing I'm going to grab a darker gray too. So I just pulled two more colors out. But I'm going to sketch in with this guy first. This is a medium to light gray. Right? And it's good to just start off with sketching with, because I can go either direction. I can go lighter or darker with this. And so it's versatile in that sense. So let's look here now. Notice we got this landscape over here. And notice how it kind of slopes. You can see the angles in it, right? And you can see how then the rest of it kind of slopes, nice gentle slope right down to the water here. And the same on this side, like it's elevated. And we have this sloping going down. And so if you look at that, you can see it kind of starts above the middle mark, right? So if this is halfway in between here and here, that's almost in the middle, isn't it? Maybe a little bit higher. So if I go here to my paper, here's the top, there's the bottom, and maybe that mark starts about right here. Something like that. Just kind of figuring out where that land is coming in from, right? And how far does it go in? So it goes in a good third of the way. And so I'm going to go ahead and bring that in. Keep in mind that nice slope. I want to keep that, so I'm going to follow that direction there. Okay. And then it kind of drops down to another level, and then it kind of, you can see how it drops down. And so I'm kind of just very loose, kind of dropping that down. And notice I'm not, this is not exact. Like I don't have a grid system. I'm not tracing anything. There's no projector behind me. I'm just kind of eyeballing it and just guessing, and by using these grays, I think it's easy for me to correct mistakes. Like if I want this a little higher, I can just go a little higher. If I want it lower, I can take a white and I can go over this and get that mark lower. But we'll see how this looks here. And then the grass, so this grass part here kind of comes out. It actually goes across that scene quite a bit actually, and then it kind of does something like that, right? Because this is all going to be water right down in here. Right, so I'm just kind of blocking in a little bit here on that landscape, how it looks. Right, now pastelmat's really interesting to work with. The paper absorbs a lot of this pigment. This is a hard pastel, and I've noticed that pastelmat's really good at absorbing all of it. And so there's very little dust. In fact, there's really no dust coming down. Now that's different. If you try different surfaces, you'll have different results with this. But what I like about pastelmat a lot is that it does absorb a lot, which is great. So here's we have that right side here, kind of something like this, and this is all going to be water. Now let's try to get in the left area here, and notice it kind of comes in. Notice how this part here is almost right here, and this kind of comes back kind of leads back in there like that. And I'm working on this, the way the land kind of gently, you can see the slope of it right here. All right. So kind of same thing. And then in the back here, comes up a little bit more steeper than that actually. Kind of looks like that. Okay. So at this stage, what I'm doing here is I'm composing my image. This is the sketch, right? This is the composition part. I am figuring out where things are going to be, more or less. Now I can make changes from here, but I'm just kind of figuring out the land here. And notice how the water is now kind of swooping, kind of leads us in here and swoops back in here and then leads to the back part of the scene. So, and if I'd put that big rock there, it would have been, I think it would have been a mistake for a painting. I don't think that would work too well. Okay, so there is a rough idea of where kind of the land here works, right? And it's not exact, but it works. And when I get into my new oil pastels, I might even change it further than how that is. So I'm going to go ahead and switch and get rid of this gray here for a second. And let's try to get in the water here. I'm going to have to pick one value for that. I think I'm going to go with a darker gray. Let's just see what it looks like first. So that's good. It's a nice darker gray. I just need to be different than this gray. And I'm just going to kind of use this gray to kind of indicates where the water is going to be. Okay. I know it's gray, and I know water is not typically gray, but I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about just blocking in right now. You can see the benefit of having something this long. You can see that I can cover a lot with one pass, right? That's why I love these things. I wish my oil pastels were this long. That would be a nice thing for me to play around with. They just make drawing so much easier when you have something like this to work with. All right, so there's that water, and it swoops back in there. And I'm also going to use the same grain and put in some of that shading that I'm seeing here. You notice in this picture, we've got some nice deep shadow, some shade here from that light. So I'm going to kind of do that here. Kind of build out the landscape a little bit. And just kind of indication of that shadow, where it sits, how it looks. Over here, there's the shadow here that kind of does something like that. And then down in here, there's even more shadow. Look at this right here, right there. Okay. You can see how that works. Now, I kind of need to get these trees in before I do the rest of this scene back here. So these are nice big trees. I think they're oaks. They look kind of like oak trees. Very big base, big branches. Just awesome looking, right? So let's try to make a nice big tree right here and see if we can duplicate it a little bit. I know that it's got the trunk of it. Maybe it comes up like this and does something like that. Right? And then there's some bigger branches that come out. And some coming out like this, and you got one that's kind of going across. And they go all the way out. And of course, I'm not following my picture 100%. It's an indication of that picture. I don't like to match things 100. I look at pictures and it's like, I like this scene, but I'm not gonna copy it as a true copy. I like to put my spin on it. So there's that tree, and then that's gonna change. might be leaning a little bit too much there, but for now, that's where it looks like. There's my river back in there. Okay, yeah, there's that tree. See, this one's more straight up, and you can see mine really leaning, but it's okay. Let's go over and do this one over here. This one here, a little bit higher. So if I had this one here is gonna start like this. And maybe it does something like that. It's a nice big tree, maybe not as big as this one. Okay, they're acting like guardians, right? Like this is a path and these are the guardians to the path. Right. A little bit of symbolism there, I guess. All right, so there's a rough indication of where that other tree is gonna go. Right here, oops. You can see that there. A lot of big branches going out. All right, perfect. Okay, so I got the two trees there, got kind of the landscape. I've only been using these two grays here for that so far, a light gray and a medium dark gray. All right, let's keep going. Let's add some different values. Let's make the water a little bit more darker. I'm going to come in with this blue. You can see with this blue on top of that gray, definitely darkens things. And I'm going to kind of keep the focus of that dark towards where the water meets the land. It's typically where it's darker. And as it goes out, you get more sky reflection. I'm also going to define the edge of this little part of the land here where it's grass. I'm going to define that edge. And then I'm going to bring in a little bit of dark right to the shore of it. Okay, and then we'll even kind of piece it back there like that. Nice swoop here. All right, a little bit of, now we've got some different values here, so we're starting to get things to differentiate a little bit. Right, and so there's some of that tree coming down, some of that tree coming down, just to give me an idea of how that looks. Okay, now, so that was this blue. I'm gonna say something here. I am horrible, absolutely horrible at giving you the exact colors of these things, because I just don't do that. So everything is basically a dark, or medium, or light. This is a dark blue. Okay, so let's go in with the grass here. Grass. I'm going to come in with a darker green at first. Right, a little bit darker green. And just kind of get that down. I'm not exact to my sketch down here already. I just kind of put that green in there. We got another little part of it that kind of does that. All right, and then same here. We have a lot of grass that kind of grows on this little bank here. And then we have this shadow, and then we have more grass on the other side. And actually that grass continues, kind of does something like that. Okay, there we have it so far. Okay, I'm going to take a lighter green now. So that was this value here, green, a little bit darker. It's kind of like a phthalo green almost, except not as much blue in it, but it is my darkest green. Now I'm going to take this very light green, it's got a little yellow in it, and we'll just go right over the top of that where I placed. So I'm getting these two colors here now laying on top of each other. And you can still see the dark green underneath parts of it. I'm going to go ahead and get that in there. Now with pastelmat, when you lay down color, and this, it seems to, it doesn't really matter if it's nupastel or oil pastel, it doesn't blend well in the beginning. Like the marks pretty much stay where you put them. So like notice here, I'm really blending it, but notice the green isn't really moving up. It's pretty much staying where I put it. This paper gets a little used to probably, you gotta use it a little to kind of get used to that. If you're someone that blends a lot, you're gonna have to change a little bit when you come to pastelmat. And I noticed my style changed, and I saw a shift. And that's good. You know, I think growth is really good. I think it's, you know, if you're not challenging yourself or trying new things and you get stagnant and you're not growing. So it's always good to try something, get comfortable with something, and then try something else. Okay, so I am taking my fingers here and I'm just kind of rubbing it, and I'm not so much moving the colors around so much, but I am trying to cover that white underneath. You can see the white here, and I'm trying to just get a better coverage on that just by moving it with my fingers here. Okay. And I like this, doing this with my hands. So if you don't like your hands getting dirty, might not want to be using pastels or oil pastels. Or you can wear gloves, right? I've done that before, wearing gloves. But I like to feel it. I like the feel of it. When you can't feel stuff with the gloves on sometimes, but I like to feel it. Okay. There we are. There we are. Okay, now the background stuff. It's like, oh, wow, look at all that detail. Well, don't look at it like that. Just look at it as one color. Look at it as one value. Just pick one color. What's the color going to be? Well, I think we're just going to go back to this gray. Here. All right. So don't look at the detail. Look at the colors. Just look at the shape. Look at the color. Don't look at these as trees. Just say, what general color is this area? Well, generally it's this gray. Right? So let's just take the gray and just put it in there. Not worried about what it looks like now. I'm more concerned about the general color or the value that is. Right? I use a lot of grays. And my work is very colorful, but I'm using a lot of grays. There's got to be, this is going to be sky blue, so I'm not going to use a gray up here. Let's just get that gray. In fact, out of my sets here, I use this more than anything other color is this stack of grays right here. So have different grays. I think it's going to help you control things, right? And gray kind of controls your colors down. Okay, so there's that gray. Now let's do that sky. So I got the sky blue up here. Okay, sky blue. And we'll just get in, work that in. Basically, I'm going to cover the rest of this white with it. There's something wrong with this stick. It doesn't really want to lay color down. And I noticed that sometimes that happens. So I'm going to put that one down and try this one. A little better. Notice that sometimes the stick just doesn't want to work. Okay, we got some more sky over here actually. I notice I'm just very broad with it, like I'm going over the marks I already made because this is a layering process. All right, so these first layers here is really just I'm covering the paper and blocking things out. All right, get down in there a little bit. Okay, so there's the sky, and my hands are a little dirty, but I'm very familiar with how pastelmat works, so I'm okay with just going right in and blending this. You notice, see, those marks don't really move, right? The pastelmat kind of keeps them where they are. Okay. All right. So now we're gonna bring a little bit more detail down to the water. Basically, when I get some of the sky down here, the reflection of the sky, which is a deeper blue. So let's try this blue here. Very vibrant, isn't it? Very different than this. But we'll just see what it looks like right here. Okay. Here, 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 here. There we go. Maybe a little back in there. Mostly it's right up in there. Okay. Very interesting blue compared to that one. Definitely this is a darker blue than that blue. And the same with the picture. Darker blue than that blue. Okay. So there's that. Now I'm going to work the water a little bit more. I'm going to bring in some of these greens. I do see some green in that water. And this is a very natural, it's kind of a pine green, I guess. When I lay it down, I think of pine trees. That's why I call it a pine green. But it's nice and warm. And just kind of bring some green to this water. My marks are kind of staying true to how the land flows. Like, you know, see how it flows here, flows there, how the water flows. So my marks try to match that flowing as best as I can. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to come back in with a nice darker color. Let's try this brown. So remember I had that dark blue and then I did the green. Now this is a brown and this is a dark brown. There it is, dark brown. All right, and we're just working on the water here. And I'm going to take now the dark brown, I'm going to do another layer right on top of the green and the blue. And just kind of feather that a little bit. Yeah. And starting to look like water. Right, so here I want my marks to be a little bit more horizontal. I want that water to lay flat. It's got to lay flat right here. Horizontal. So it's leaving little strokes that lay horizontal, which then go into your eye and tells your brain that this is flat water. Okay, you can still see the green in there. You can still see some of that blue in there. All right, so these colors are stacked up and they're working really good. I'm not going to blend this. I already like how that is looking back in here. All right, and so I'm going to use this same dark, and I'm going to start adding in a dark part of the tree here. A lot of this is in shade because my light's coming from this side of it. So this side of the tree is where that shade is, including the land. Okay, so So indication of some shade there. And I can see that it comes up into these branches. And even these guys up here now. This is the shaded part. So I'll come back with a lighter value to indicate some of these with the light. Because you see here that the picture shows how the light filters through the trees. And so some of these branches are lit up and some aren't. Some are dark, like this dark one right here. Right, so I like that effect, and that's going to look really awesome. So I think I'm going to do that here. I'm going to bring that dark branch. He kind of comes out like this and kind of does something like that. Right? See that guy comes out. Right, and he branches out again over here. Okay. When I guess with these things getting this short, it gets a little difficult to hold on to. That's why I like it when they're long. It's so much easier to manage. Okay, you can see that there. All right, now let's bring this same dark over here. And we have to we always have to be mindful of our light. We know the light's coming here, so that dark part is going to be on the left side of this tree. Okay. Branches. There's some, looks like some stuff back in here that's kind of coming up. Right, and then there's a shade. Comes down. This is a shadow here. And I think it's a shadow from this tree. It's casting it over here. But this area is dark. Right here. See that? So I'm concentrating on my dark and light areas, and I'm just reinforcing that with this brown right here. Right, and then now the dark back here is not going to be this brown. It's going to be lighter dark. So let's go back into our set here. Maybe this blue would work for that. And what I'm talking about is I'm talking about the dark values in this part, the back part of the landscape. You can see here, that area here is kind of dark with these trees kind of going through it. All right, so that there's what I want to kind of define here a little bit. So I'm just going to kind of get that area dark, but it's not the same darkness as this brown. All right, so this value here is not the same as this value. Right, if I were to put the brown back here, well then that would come forward. I don't want to do that. So, kind of laying in kind of the darks in there, in that back area. And even over here, I'm going to make that darker here as well. Okay. Now I could put this blue on top of that brown and even get it darker. And when you combine these two colors here, a brown, a dark brown, and a dark blue, you get almost black. And it becomes your darkest value. So I'm going to bring some of this blue over the top of that brown. Okay. So you notice here what I'm worried about now is just values, just darks, lights, values. So important. So important to every single painting. It doesn't matter the medium or the technique. It's the value of the color is the most important composition color complementaries and how the colors work with each other, but the value of the color, its darkness or its lightness, or the chroma is very important. All right, so you can see very much starting to come together here. And then go ahead and just kind of blend that a little bit, as much as I can with this nupastel. Like I said, the pastelmat keeps the marks where you put them. So there's not a lot of blending here. I'm just kind of smearing it around, getting rid of the sharp lines back in here. Okay. All right, so we got the darks in here. Now let's work on the lights. Let's work on the lights. See the light here? Right here. This is a nice, I call it a pale yellow. It's a yellow, kind of a cream yellow, very pale, but not white. And we're gonna hit how the light hits this tree. All right, so there's some light there. There's even some light on the grass here as the light kind of comes through it, hits that part of the grass, hits that part also, and then hits this as well. Okay. And then I have a dark branch. I got light coming, hitting that one there. And I got some light kind of filtering through and hitting some of the big branches up in here. Right, not every branch. Right, I want to recreate that light filtering through look. Okay, so I got a light and a dark, right? Honestly, it's that easy. Like, just need to look at the colors of things and the shapes of things and just redo it along with the light and the darks. Okay, there, that looks awesome. All right, now let's continue to this guy. Now this guy's a lot of this one's in shade, but there is some light coming through it and hitting parts of this tree. Okay. Let's see how that looks. And then I'm going to bring again this color, and I'm going to also indicate the light hitting this part of the landscape, the grass, the way this little hill slopes down like this, as we have a strong light on that right here in full sun. Same over here. And it's not, it's not green. It's okay. It's just telling me that this area is going to be light. So when I come in with my oil pastels, I already will have that down. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and slightly, now this is not a lot of pressure on the paper. I'm really just a light drag. So I want that green to still be there, but it needs just to be a little bit lighter. So pressure-wise, I'm not pushing in. It's very light. I'm holding the stick very light in my fingers. Okay. A little smearing of that. Every time you smear or blend like this, changes the value of the color. Right? There's two ways of doing this. You can be a blender. I'm a blender, and I layer. So I'm a blender and a layerer. That's kind of my style. Kind of this technique we're using here. Right, I mean, that's looking good. All right, so here's my colors again. Let's kind of bring in this light green. Actually, it was this one here. And I'm going to go over the top of that. Again, just so that it's different than there. Again, light coverage. You know, I like seeing the darker colors underneath. It gives you that sense of dimension, or more of a three-dimensional feel. Okay, let's look at the picture here. All right, starting to come along. I'm gonna come back to this blue. I'm gonna do a little bit more of the shadowing here that I see here. So it kind of does this, that. In fact, all of this kind of is in the shadow. Okay, and then down here, there's this little area that kind of steps up. Gives us a shadow right there. And I like this already. Okay, a little bit more back in there. Okay, and then right here, make this lighter. I'm putting a lot of pressure down here. Really pushing into it. Try to get this area to be a little bit more vibrant, because as things come close to us, the viewer, the colors get stronger. Things are more vibrant. You see more details. Okay. Now we're going to take this, these two here, which is kind of a yellowy orange, and this brown, light brown. And I want to kind of color some of this soil or land or something that you kind of see here in different parts. So I'm going to take a slash of that, slash right there, way down in there a little bit, a little bit over here. All right, balance those colors out, back in there. Like that bright orange. Good combination here with the orange and the blue. Okay, it's a little bit of that here. I don't know what you call this. Orange. Orange yellow. Okay, this is a light brown. Really nice light milk chocolatey brown. I'm going to put that right on top of that orange. And that kind of tones that down for us, right? Kind of brings it down. You know, you can still see the orange. It just kind of brings that down. And over here. Okay. So what I'm trying to do here is trying to get some of these colors of the land here by doing that. And see, it's always different than what the picture shows, but that's the point, right? We don't want it to be an exact copy of the picture. We want it to be a painting. More branches back in here. All right. I haven't put any foliage on these yet. I don't know if I'm going to do that with the nupastel. I'm leaning towards not doing that. So there we go. I get quiet sometimes because I kind of have to concentrate a little bit, figure out how this tree is going to look here. He's just so easy to draw with. They're absolutely pleasure to work with. You can use it different ways. You can use the whole side of it, or you can just use one edge. It's easy to get sharp lines and marks with this. Okay. So I think that's good. Let's take a look at it. Kind of the general idea. I like it. This tree I think needs to be just maybe a little bit more substantial. The shadow here is interesting. I'm gonna have to break that up a little bit. I think it's a distraction at the moment. And the water is already starting to look like water, right? Isn't that interesting how that worked out? It was fairly easy. It's really just a couple of different colors here. It's just really, and I'm gonna pull these out. It's really a dark blue, a brown, a green. So it's these colors here that went into the water. So a dark brown, this pine green, this darker blue. You can see all of those in there. And then to get the sky reflection, I did this blue. So those colors here is what you see in the water. And I did it horizontal. So flat, it's flat, flat, flat. Helps look like water, helps it make it look like water. Okay, I need a darker value here. This is my darkest value should be right here, right at the front of this little area here and here. Okay. You can see with these new pastels how you can really work this image and really get it to how you want it before you start going in with the spendy oil pastels. And so a lot of the work here, guesswork and composition, is done with this. This is my darkest right here. I don't know if I can get any more dark. I think that's it. I can go darker with my oil pastels, but that's pretty good. Yes, okay. So there you have it. And, you know, I could sign this and say it's finished and done and yay, we'd have a finished piece. But I'm going to finish this now with oil pastel. All right, and the reason I do this, I have a few reasons. People ask me all the time, so I'm always kind of repeating this point. I used to do everything 100% oil pastel, even this process. And the reason why I switched to trying different mediums for the first layers is because things get expensive. If everything I'm doing is 100% oil pastel, things get expensive. And some of these colors I have in my set here are not easy to find. And I have to order, and hopefully I pick the right one. So I want to preserve these as much as I can. So that's why I've gone to this process where I'm using a pastel or a nupastel or hard pastel, whatever you want to call this, dry pastel, as this first part. All right, it saves me money. It's easy to get the colors down. It's easy to get the image composed, work things out. The medium is versatile, and it's just easier to do this process with. And I can do it with oil pastel. It would take me a little longer. I'd have to do a little bit more blending. And I'd be using a lot more of my sticks, my OP sticks, and I'd be spending a lot more money. So this is a good way to do it without using solvents. So no liquids, no solvents. You can do this process with acrylic paint, watercolor, oil paint, soft, dry, hard pastels, chalk pastels. Or you can use oil pastel if you want to use your oil pastels. I'm producing about 4 paintings a week, so this is a good way for me to stay with oil pastels, but not use them all so fast and not have to buy things so fast. Okay, so there you go. Hands are dirty. Let's go and clean them. And I definitely keep these wipes going. I'm always going through these. Always restocking on wipes. But I gotta clean my hands regularly here. clean enough. Here, we can reuse this guy. So I kind of stuck him back in there. All right, so the next step now is to put a workable fixative on this and then start in with my oil pastels. So at the moment I'm using this Krylon workable fix, about $9. You can get it on Amazon. This works great. You want to make sure it's a workable fixative. It does matter. Does matter. Okay. So I'm going to stop this video actually. I'm going to take this all outside. I'm going to do this outside. But basically what I'm doing here is I take this and I'm about a foot away and I just spray it. I just spray all over, up and down, side to side, all over, so you get coverage. So I'm going to go do that and then I'll be back. All right, so I sprayed that fixative on there and I let it dry. I give it about 5 to 10 minutes. It dries pretty quick. All right, so let's test it. So I have my hands are clean. You can see no color on my hand. Let's just see how much coverage I was able to get with that fixative. So it's pretty good. You see nothing's getting smeared. Pretty good, right? I mean, I'm getting a little bit up on the water, a little bit down there. So this is really good coverage. Now I've done it where I haven't got this good coverage and I still went with oil pastel. So it's okay if you're getting some color up. It's okay if that mixes in with the oil pastel. It works just fine. Also, the surface now has more of a grit feel. There's more of like a light sandpaper type feel to the paper. So adding that workable fixative adds texture, which then allows you to get more layers. All right, so I got an added layer of texture, which is going to help with my oil pastels. So pretty good. That's not bad. All right, so let's get in with the oil pastels. And here they are. So I use 3 brands. I use Sennelier, which is everything in a paper. That's a Sen. And I use Mungios, which this is a Mungio. And I use a neopastel, and here's a neopastel. Now, the neos and the Mungios look very similar. I think this is a neo. But the Mungio and the neos are very close in consistency and color and feel. And I like using them together. So let's pull some colors out for this guy. And we're going to start with my grays. And I pretty much know that I'm going to use most of these or all of these. So I'm pulling all these out. I got different grays here. Nice dark gray, medium dark, lighter gray. These are my green grays. So I got a green gray, 2 of them, because they are different. And these are both Mungios, by the way. Everything here is Mungio, except for this one. This is a neopastel. Mungio's got a good variety of grays. Okay, so let's do that. And of course my milk chocolate gray, which I love so much. We'll bring that one in. And then my khaki gray, which I love so much. That's a neopastel. That's a neopastel. Actually, let's use this one since it's been used here. All right, and then I got this lemon gray I've picked up a little while ago, and I really like it. It's this one here. I call it lemon gray. So these are neopastels here. These are Mungios. And then the silver gray, which are these guys here. This is more of a light blue gray. This actually has a lot of blue in it. So look at all these grays I'm just pulling out. I don't know if I'm going to use all of them. I'm going to use most of them. But let's go ahead and pull those out. Here's my white. This is a neopastel white. Second best white I've found. First best white is the Sen white. Then the neopastel white, nice opaque. You see I got stocked up on that white when I went to the art store. It's hard to find, so when I saw it there, I just grabbed the rest of them. All right, and I also enjoy these blues. These kind of sapphire or Prussian blues, whatever you want to call it. We'll just take a couple of the smaller stumps here. That's a Mungio, by the way. It's a Mungio Prussian blue. Familiar with that value there. But same thing, just smaller sticks. And then, because these are my darks, I like to use the blues with the browns to create my darks. And so I use a combination of these blues and browns for that. And then this is a lighter brown. So notice I'm very muted colors. Like I'm not really pulling anything from here. I'm really just concentrating on the grays and the darks here for a second. Let's see what else we're going to use here. Obviously green, so I got some of that green. But we're also going to be using some of these brighter ones. Which one we use, let's see, maybe this one and maybe this one. Guessing there. I might use more, but let's just try that at first. This is a really strong green. I'm not sure if it's going to work or not. What else? So ochres, because we do have some light here, some light coming here. So let's get some of these light ochres out. These are all mungios here, except for this one. Darker. Okay, a couple of ochres and a pale yellow. I like two pale yellows, the neopastel pale yellow, which is this one, and the mungio pale yellow is different, and they are different. They are different. This one lays more opaque, the neopastel, than the mungio does, but they are different. I like to use them together. That's good for light. Here's my sen pale yellow. I'm not going to pull that yet because that would be a top layer thing. And we got my pinks and your salmons. So let's take a look again at this. I'm going to pull one more kind of green here. This is a green ochre almost. A lot of green in it, but I think it might come in handy for this piece. Right, and then we need some blues, right? We've got some sky to render here, so I'm going to do my typical sky blue, which is this mungio. Really like it for sky. See, I'm running show, but I got a backup right here just in case we totally run out. Try to use these nubs here as much as I can, even though they're small and hard to hold on to. Okay, so I got the sky blue. I'm going to bring also this darker blue. Now these are both neopastels. Kind of a medium blue here. All right, those are good sky colors here. All right, I got my other blues here. I'm not sure if I'm going to use it. My lavender. I'll almost always use a lavender in my paintings. All right, so let's see. So that's what I got so far as the palette goes, and what I'm going to start off with. Like I said, I might not use every color here. I might actually pull some more. It's typically what happens, but this is a good start. All right, so I got a good mix of mungios and neopastels. There's no sens yet. All right, so let's get started. Where do we start? Where do we start? Do I start up here? Start down in the water? I think I'm going to start up top where the sky is. Kind of like, right up here. All right, so let's start up there. I'm going to take my sky blue up there and just start laying down color. I'm just going to go right over the blue where that nupastel was. And I'm just going to go over that with this. And I'm not blending yet. Right now I'm just laying the color in. Kind of letting the paper, the texture of the paper kind of grab onto that. Okay. And kind of work that in different areas. I could have done the branches here and then gone back in with the sky, and that would have been fine. It's not like, there's no right way, I guess, right? It's just whatever works for you and your style, how you see things, that's the right way. What you feel comfortable with is the right way. I'm using this little nub here to scratch that color down in there. I don't want to go all the way down. I think I do, right down into that part of it. Right in here, a little bit of that blue. Now this is going to change as I go through it. I'm layering, so now it's a process of just laying down colors and then seeing how that looks. If I need to change it, I just lay down more color. Right? And every time you add a layer and you add more color, the piece gets more vibrant, more rich in color. You tend to get more details. Okay. So make sure I always get up into the edges there of the paper. I don't like the white lines showing up there. I like to tape my sides so that when I pull off the tape here, I have a nice clean white edge here. Looks really good too. Also helps when it comes to framing because you have a piece of paper here that's not have any oil pastel on it. So it makes it, when it comes to framing, makes that easier. All right, let's move over here now. And there's a lot of sky down in this part here where the land kind of opens up. This area kind of opens up. I'm just going over that nupastel where I had that blue for that nupastel. I'm just kind of going over that with this sky blue Mungio. Now I haven't used any oil, and we'll talk about oil here in a minute. Basically the oil pastel blender stick. Haven't used that yet. We'll talk about that here when I get to it. I don't need it at this stage because I'm not really blending. I'm just kind of blocking in still. Kind of figuring out where the little sky holes are going to be. You know, and so what I'm doing here is as I'm doing this, I'm taking very quick looks at my reference and just quick look, okay, I see something there. Kind of stuff. All right, so, and actually I can actually see there's a little bit of sky kind of coming through this part here. Okay. So get that in there, good coverage with it. Some of the Mungios I've noticed, they're somewhat transparent a little, and it depends on the color, obviously. But some of them, you can still see some stuff underneath. Even with the sens, I've noticed that a lot of the sens are very translucent. So by layering, I can get some nice deep values. Okay. That's it. And just do a little bit of that. Okay. All right, so now I'm going to bring some of this sky blue. I'm actually going to bring it down into this water, even though I know I'm going to go over the top with a different blue. I am going to bring a little bit here. So when I'm looking at my picture here, I see a little bit of blue here, and of course there. And of course I marked that here. So a little bit of blue here, here, and then right down in here. Right, not blending, just putting that blue down. Keep in mind I'm at the early stages, so it doesn't need to look like water, even though it already does, but I'm not concerned about that right now. I'm just trying to match that color. Okay. So that was the sky blue. That's a Mungio. Sky blue. Next is that what it looks like with the wrapper still on it. Oh, they call it ice blue. Ice blue. I call it sky blue because I use it for skies. But there it is. And this is the Mungio Artist Soft Oil Pastel. Okay, there's 2 types of Mungios that I know of. There might even be 3 types. This is the artist quality one. So it's the softest of the other products that they put out. So when I say Mungio, keep in mind there's different kinds of Mungios. All right, so let's go with the blue here. This is a neopastel blue. And I'm going to put that on top of here, because I want that blue to be richer and a little bit deeper, because sky that is reflected in water tends to be a deeper blue than what the sky actually is. So I'm just kind of putting that over top. And a little bit back here. Okay. Or rub that a little bit. All right. So put that in there. Step back and look at that. All right. And we're going to all rub this out right now. We're just blocking in. Okay, so I got those two blues there. I'm kind of going to keep going with this water. I don't know why. A lot of times I'll work top down, but I am feeling the water right now, so I'm going to go with the water. I'm going to bring in this green here. This is like a gray green. And we're going to kind of reflect some of this green from the land into the water here. So I'm using a very light pressure right now. I'm focusing on the reflection of this grass, this bank here, and what it would look like with in the water, the reflection of that in the water. Okay. And maybe a little right here. I'm going to keep a little dark line there to indicate where the land actually starts. You see that dark here? But this green here. Very light pressure with this green right now. Okay, that's all I'm going to do. Okay. Now, let's bring in this blue, good blue here. This is like that Prussian blue. And we're going to make it a little bit darker. Basically, we're going to reflect this shadowy part, and it's going to kind of come like this. This is a very strong color, like it really comes out, stands out. And I'm going to bring some of that into the, right in here. And go over the blue, or the green that I put down earlier with this. And we'll use this blue to define the dark, the distant darks, I guess, right? The distant from us darks, whereas this dark is definitely darker. Remember, flat marks. Try to always keep that in mind when it comes to water. Always flat, horizontal. It helps me anyways. It helps me keep the water level, flat and level. Notice I'm just kind of scribbling this blue over everything here. It's a layering process, so understand we're building it one layer of color at a time. Okay, so getting some deep values going there. It's good. Haven't used my blender stick yet, so far I've used these guys. Let's look at that there. Right now there's a lot more detail in the water with the reflection, but the overall general darkness is what I'm trying to get at there. All right, what else can we do for that? Let's try to bring in the brown on top of the blue here to get it even darker right here. So these going to be my darkest area, right in here too. Some of that shadow, nice and dark in there. This is the neopastel dark brown. You can see how dark it looks. It's very creamy too, which I like it. Very easy to play with. All right, let's bring some of those into this area here. This all is in shade. And I'm using different degrees of pressure and direction. Really kind of playing with how I apply it. And over here, now this dark isn't going to be the same as this one. So I don't know if I'm going to bring in the brown over here so much. Gotta be careful. It's a constant adjustment of values. That's what I am doing here. I want this area right here to be a little darker. Okay. And of course this side of the tree is nice and dark. Get those branches to come to life. And doing branches helps to just be loose with your, you know, how you're drawing, I guess. It's not so rigid, just very loose. I'm holding it very loose in my hand, and I'm letting it kind of go where it wants to go. You know, find that it feels more natural this way. That's dark in there. Nice dark value there. So again, I'm looking at my reference picture and I'm just kind of pulling out the dark branches. Right, and as the branches get further from the base of the tree, you know, as the branches up here, they get smaller. It becomes more of them. And there's my stomach growling. I should have ate something. I'm gonna have to stop here and get something to eat here. Indication of some branches going through. Light pressure, some areas darker, or more pressure, I guess. The more pressure you put down, the darker it gets, right? The less pressure, not as dark. Again, concentrating on the values, darks, lights, and trying to keep these branches as organic and natural as looking as a branch can look. You know, when I'm doing these branches, I don't even really look at my reference because I find that messes me up. So instead, I just kind of let the stick and the paper kind of work together to kind of give me the effects that I want. See, not bad, looking good. Let's see, this one comes out, maybe the branch kind of pops off there a little bit. All right, now I'm going to add foliage to all this, I think. Pretty sure I am. I kind of want to stay true to that aspect of it. But we need the foliage to sit on these branches. So I gotta get these branches down. Make this tree come alive. And we got another branch that wants to do something like that. Coming out, branching out. Oh, there goes my stomach again. It's basically the only thing that gets me out of the studio is hunger and going to the bathroom and stuff like that. Otherwise I would just lock myself in here. But I gotta eat. Take care of my body. All right. Nice big tree, lots of character to it. All right. And just, you know, these are very small, very light marks, not heavy-handed. Just being gentle with it. Just kind of feeling my way through it. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for that tree. And let's kind of go over to this one. I'm going to use this same brown. Not for this part. This is now, what this is supposed to be the shadow of this tree, because my light is coming this way. So this can't be the shadow of this tree. Just can't be. This just has to be the shadow of this tree. So I'm not going to use this dark brown for that. So I'm going to keep that dark brown up into the shadow of these branches. So it's mostly dark up in there. All right. And this will have a lot of foliage eventually, but good to put in the branches first, I think. I guess there's a lot of different ways to rendering trees. Like, this isn't the official way, right? There's no official way of doing anything. This is just one way of doing something. I think you'll find your style and your technique and the things that work for you, and you should go with that. You should go, it works for you. We all draw and see things a little different, and so somewhere in there you'll find your style. I like to draw, so it's this is kind of my style. Even though I like to draw, I actually refer to these things as paintings rather than drawings, because I feel like at some point it kind of turns into a painting. And when I've shown these in public or had people look, they don't see it as a drawing, they see it more as a painting. But some people like to be technical about it, which is fine. I don't care. If you want to call this a drawing, it's a drawing or a painting. Doesn't really matter, right? So there's some of that tree in there. And maybe some of these these trees back in here. Gonna put that in there. Okay. Let's take a look there. All right. Remember, this is gonna have foliage, so this is just that first part of the tree. All right, just drawing that in there. Okay. Let's define the little part of land here that this area is on. I'm going to bring it a little bit dark here for that. Something like that. Okay. So let's take a step back and look at those values. Look at those darks. Yeah. It's working. This is working good. So that was that neopastel dark brown, my darkest brown, and it's my dark value. When you layer the blue and the brown on top, it gets even darker. All right, so these are the colors here used so far. Now this part here, I'm going to go in with this blue. Because it's shade from this tree. And this blue here is a nice good value, but it isn't as dark as that brown, so you can almost like see into it, if you know what I mean by that. Okay. And let's see, let's bring us some of that over here. Maybe there's a little bit of that down in there. Remember to keep my camera on my work, because I have a tendency to lose track of what I'm filming here. I have to remind myself that I'm filming. You guys are going to be watching eventually. All right. I'll play with that a little bit more so it's not so intentional, I guess. All right, and I'm going to use the same blue to kind of put in some of these distant dark areas. Kind of do some loose tree trunks that maybe kind of popping through on the distant part there. All right, so some of those are going to be dark. All right, nice good value back in there because it isn't the same as this dark brown. So that dark is staying back there, which I want it to do. I don't want it to pop forward. Okay. Let's just cover that gray a little bit more with this blue. Very light pressure. Okay. We're starting to get some separation there, which is good. And we'll try some of that up in here. I'm just taking that blue and I'm going right over to that brown, you know, kind of changing a little bit on some of these. Not every single one is going to be like that, though. It's good to have variety, you know, a little bit of variety in your tree trunks. So some of these are darker than others. And okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let's do that over here too, in this tree. On the camera, you might be seeing these changes as drastically as I am, being here right in front of this painting or drawing. But there is some subtle changes happening here. I'm going to bring this tree, I'm going to do the blue right on top of that again. There, you can see how it's different. You can tell the difference between the dark here and the dark here. You can see that blue in there. And there's just the brown. So those things make a difference. In the final piece, it'll come out. Ooh, that was a big rumble. My stomach keeps telling me, hey man, you need to go eat. It is noon. All right. That's pretty good for this little Prussian blue here. Use this color a lot. I go through it a lot. I have so many backs up at this. I have 3 boxes of Mungio Prussian blues, and each box comes with 6 colors, I think. So I got lots of backup. There's certain colors where I am stocked for a while, because it's hard to find these Mungios. They're not easy to find, and sometimes like the colors they run out of stock, and it's like. So early on, when I realized that with the Mungios and some of the other brands out there, they're hard to find, especially when you just need 1 or 2 colors. You don't want to have to buy the whole set all over again, you know? You just need like maybe a few colors out of that. So what I did is I stocked up. And I get my stuff I get my Mungios at jerrysartarama.com. Where I find the open stock ones, and yeah, sometimes some of the stuff is out of stock. Ooh, another rumble. Ooh, that's a good one. But yeah, so if you're an oil pastel artist or any kind of artist, pastel artist, whatever, and you're doing a lot of production, you're making a lot of work, it's good to have some stock stuff and waiting for you. All right, so I'm going to bring this green gray, I call it a green gray because it is green gray, into the water again. And trying to lighten up some of those reflections. Over here as well, because remember this is going to be grass. Here. All right, after I put this green in, I am going to go eat. So, getting too hungry here. Remember, horizontal. Okay. All right, so the water is starting to take shape. We're starting to get some of these reflections in there. All right, and so far this is really the only colors I've used here, right? Blue, green, gray, nice dark brown, and then 2 different blues here. And that's where I'm at with it so far. All right, so I'm going to stop, clean hands, and eat, and I will be back. All right, I'll wolf down a couple sandwiches, and I'm ready to go. Ready to continue here. All right, get my picture here ready. Okay. All right, so this is where we left off. I was in the water here. All right, so I'm gonna keep going with the water, I think. And I was using this green to try to get some reflection of the grass. And this Prussian blue for some of the darker values in the water. Okay. Now let's add something else to this. So this is called a blender stick, actually. And it's made by Sennelier, and it's oil and wax, no color. It's medium for oil pastel. And I'm going to use this to start blending into the water. I'll show you how that works. This is the grand size. I go through these quite a bit. This is how you can use this to blend colors with oil pastel, and it works with any kind of brand of oil pastel. I've used it with the Sens, the Mungios, and the neopastels, and it works great. Basically what I'm doing is I'm going to take this and I'm just going to rub oil down right on the area where I'm going to do some blending. And I'm just lightly just scrubbing that across the area that I'm going to be blending in. And it's a feel thing, so what I'm feeling is the stickiness that the wax feels like. You know, that kind of that waxy, sticky feel. Make sure you feel that. And like I said, there's no pigment in here, it's just oil and wax. So another way of blending is you don't have to use one of these if you don't have one. It just makes it easier, a lot easier. You could use solvents or mineral spirits, terpenoid, you know, something like that from oil painting. You can definitely use it with oil pastels and use a brush and then cover large areas with using solvents. All right, but if you don't want to use solvents, you don't have to. You can use this. And so you don't have to worry about liquids or cleaning brushes. Okay, so I get a nice, good, healthy amount. Like I want a good amount of oil down to help me with the blending. Okay, so I'm just going to put that in the water. You can see I put a nice healthy amount down there. Okay. This is very handy. I use it pretty much every painting. All right, now we're going to take a stump here, and I got lots of little stumps. Maybe this one. Okay, and we're going to take this stump here, and we're just going to blend. Just going to rub back and forth and get those colors that I had put down earlier and get those to kind of blend in with each other. And you can use your finger too. I find that the stump though helps, but the thumb works just as well. And I'm just blending it. I'm not worried about, you know, colors are mixing in with each other, and that's fine. That's what I want it to do. I'm going to come with more layers, so that's okay. I'm getting that blending going and getting a nice smooth surface by doing this and using that oil. And it just allows me to really cover all the little white specks in the paper, all the, you know, from the texture of the paper. You can use this to kind of blend out and do good coverage. Making sure I get into the edges here. Okay, and I'm going to blend horizontal. Okay, and it's making, and obviously for you guys looking at this through the screen here, you know, the changes are not as dramatic as, say, when you're in person standing in front of it doing this. This is also a good workout. Good workout for shoulder, my shoulder, arms. Now we'll switch back and forth between the stump and my hands or my thumb, fingers to kind of keep working this. I'm really just spreading that oil and getting those colors to blend. A nice smooth sheen or kind of a glassy look that water typically will have. right? Especially still water like this. The water's not moving very fast. There's going to be a lot more of that glassy look to it. Okay, and this is that first layer of oil pastel. So I'm going to come back with a little bit more, but right now we're just going to spread this out. And get into those edges. It's okay to go over the blue. The beauty of pastelmat is the marks and colors stay where you put them. I like that about pastelmat. It's harder to blend on pastelmat though. You have to get a build of layers going. You have to get several layers and you have to get enough OP on the surface to really move it around. The paper really absorbs a lot. That's why those marks stay where they are initially. So I noticed with pastelmat is it requires a good amount of layers to get everything to start moving here. Other surfaces, obviously, other surfaces are going to behave differently, and the effects are going to be different, and how you go through it is going to be different, and you're going to have different struggles and different challenges, as the surface has so much to do with the effect. So it plays a big role. And I don't know if people really realize that when it comes to oil pastel, is how much of a role the surface or the paper you're using, because it really does make a huge difference in what you can do and how easily you can do it. And I've learned that. One of the things, many things I've learned with oil pastel. A lot of people get frustrated with this because they say, oh, it's hard to blend, it's hard to do, and it's like, it is. I'm not saying it's easy. But try different surfaces, try different papers. You know, push the surfaces and the papers, even when you get comfortable. Like I've gotten comfortable with pastelmat. And I don't think I'm ever going to switch from it, but I'm always curious about trying new papers and trying new surfaces. And that is a good way to also increase skill level, is by trying new surfaces, because you're growing, you're learning, you're going to learn different techniques on a new surface that you wouldn't never come across if you just stayed with one surface. So when I switched from, before I was pastelmat, I was using Arches cold press oil paper, which I actually found in the oil painting section of my art store. It wasn't in the drawing section, it was in the oil painting section. I saw this paper there made by Arches. It was called Arches cold press oil paper. I tried it and it became my favorite paper for a while. It was awesome, great paper. I still love it. I still have a lot of it left over and I still use it. But when I went from that to the pastelmat, I noticed that I had a style change. I had a slight shift. And the things that I was doing on the Arches, when it comes to blending and stuff like this, it was way different on the pastelmat. And I was getting different results, and I had to try different techniques. And so all that is to say is that when you switch things up on yourself, you learn. It requires growth, change, and you have to create it a little bit differently. So you can see how I just was going back and forth, really rubbing. I'm not worried about the blue getting smeared into it. It's all part of it. Nice horizontal, flat marks. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Really blend it out. Really get a sheen going, that glassy kind of look that water can get you. Okay, and that oil I put down really helps with that, getting that effect too. Okay, so nice. We're getting some nice deep colors in there. All right, now we're just going to keep going with some more layers. Okay, so I'm going to take that same green. I'm going to come back in again. And I'm putting down color on a blended surface. You can see how easily that color lays down. Right, very easy. I haven't got enough layers on it to where it's gotten to the difficult stage yet. Still in the very early stages here. More green back in there. There's that shadow that's gonna be there. Okay, you can see how I'm just kind of bringing that green into it. Just kind of lightly, you can see the texture that it's leaving back. That's from the paper and the fixative and the blending creates all this, that texture, that broken color. All right, you can use that to your advantage. Okay. And more green down, more blue down. Just want more color into it. Get those colors and layers to stack up. Now here's we have this tree, so this is going to be a reflection down here of this. See that tree here, and the reflection for it right here. Right? Doesn't have to be exact. You don't want those reflections to be exact, unless that's the look you're going for, right? Unless you're going for a perfectly mirror-like lake or something where you see some really defined reflections. I kind of like going towards more of the subtleness of it. All right, so see that branch that kind of sticks out? Well, maybe you can see that right there. Right? Maybe a little bit right there. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna bring some of this brown again, dark brown, come over it. Just adding more color in some parts, a little darker in some parts. Okay, now I think I'm gonna bring maybe one of these trees back here, kind of leaves. Looks like it leaves a reflection of itself kind of down in here. Some of these trees back in here. I'm going for these guys here. Just a little bit of that brown down there. We'll rub it out. We're going to blend it out, but I'm going to put it down there. Remember, the marks stay where you put them with pastelmat. And the exception to that is when you get so many layers and you can really move things around, but for the most part, this pastelmat's going to keep that where it is. Okay. And blue. So we got a lot of here and there. Cut into the shadow with the blue a little bit. A reflection of a little bit. This is that neopastel, kind of that medium blue here I used before. Same, just kind of going over it. Okay. We'll go over here too and just kind of keep it more uniform, I guess. Even though the picture doesn't say that, but I like the way that's looking with the blue down there. All right, and then right in here, there's a bit of that sky reflection happening. Okay, horizontal. That's a major component of water for me, anyways. Helps me keep it looking like water. Okay. See how those reflections are starting to work now. All right, so another stump, here my same stump. Actually, I'm going to then add a little bit more oil. So another round of oil. Okay, got a nice feel of it. Nice, good, oily, sticky feel. And then a stump. And we'll blend. So I got more oil pastel down and more oil. Now things are really getting to move and blend, and you kind of get to this sweet spot here. We have just enough, but not too much. And I'm just spreading that across. I don't have to use a lot of pressure. I let the oil, I let the paper and all that work together for me. Just makes it easier on your body. All right, after a while, my shoulders feels like it's on fire from just so much blending. So I've learned to make that a little bit easier by using this process here. Flat, nice and flat. Okay, nice, very calm, serene little river area, or a little creek or whatever this is. Looks like the area was, looks like the water gets higher. Like I bet the water comes up to here a lot, you know. Okay. Nice easy blend. Smear those colors together. It's okay. I have to look down at my camera every so often to make sure I'm still keeping everything in shot here in frames. All right, so now I got them down to the blue. Now I'm not gonna go over the blue here. I kind of just want to keep it like that, but I am gonna kind of get this interesting reflection of the tree here. And the branch that it comes off the side of it. All right. So if you don't have a stump, you could use, I can use my thumb. I can use my fingers for this. See that? I have enough oil and OP down, oil pastel down, that I can use my fingers easily. But this helps, this keeps your fingers a little bit cleaner, right? And, I don't feel like I'm rubbing skin off my finger, right? Because I'm using this stump. Even though this is really soft and it doesn't, it's not abrasive and it's not annoying. After doing this several hundred times, so you can feel a little raw. These stumps here then really help with this process. Plus it's got this great point here, so I can blend with the point, or I can blend with the side of the edge there, or blend with the point. And both will give you different effects. See, I'm not blending here on the side with the water. What I'm doing here is I'm taking the point of it, going straight in, and then doing that. So different ways of blending and different ways of manipulating the marks can help you get different effects, different looks, details, things like that. Okay, so I've got a good amount of oil. Everything's looking pretty good. All right, let's take a look at that. The water is looking pretty decent. And we're just gonna keep going. You just keep adding layers until you get it to where what feels right, what feels right for you. I'm not looking at my reference picture right now. I haven't looked at it this whole time. Reference pictures are good. I mean, I'm a studio painter for the most part, so I usually always have a picture, a reference, or something. But you need to stop looking at it after a while, because you got to make this into a painting and not just an exact copy of a picture or a photo. So the photo helps with certain ideas and things and details, but I think it's awesome if you just don't try to make an exact copy of it. Bring some variety, bring your artistic license into it. I'm just kind of reinforcing the sky. Notice my marks are just horizontal, and like I'm not doing this. And it's okay, like I'm not gonna knock it. I'm not saying this is the only way to do water. Okay, I'm not saying that. I'm saying for how I apply it, how I use it, I got to just stay. And how I think about it too. It's all in my head. Right? So how I think of it, the picture or the image in my head helps if I kind of do this motion with it. Okay. Let's see there how that looks. All right. So let's do a little bit more of that blue back in here. Kind of help that water. It's the sky reflections that really transform the water. It makes it look like water. But you gotta have something in there reflecting a little sky. Okay. I'm actually gonna go over with a lighter blue on top of that. Just a little. Certain parts. So I'm starting to create movement on the water here. Some rippling, which is good. I want the water to move. I want it to be alive. Okay. Maybe some of that down here. Not a lot. I like the darker blue down in the water, but some of that light sky blue over it might be good. Again, I'm not looking at my picture. I'm really just kind of in my mind, kind of seeing it. I think it obviously helps me that I've done many paintings, like hundreds of them. So my, the experience that I have helps me, right? A lot of trial and error in those hundreds of paintings, right? So after a while, you can kind of lean on that experience. All right, keep moving that. I'm gonna kind of bring that a little forward here. Okay. All right. And we'll bring some more of this green. And as I get into it, my marks are getting, you know, the marks get smaller. Color gets more defined. This is how you get details. See that broken color? That's a nice effect. That's makes it look very, very natural. Okay. Nice. Starting to kind of get that translucent quality of water, kind of be able to see into it a little. I'm just using these just a few colors here, you know. Okay. Coming in with this, try to just a quick indication of those distant trees. And this guy right here, this big tree right here, big trunk of it is right there. Okay. There we go. You can see it's beginning to take shape here. All right, let's do all this blue actually. Okay. All right. Kind of break up those lines. I don't want it too vertical. Kind of want some breaking that up a little bit. There we go. Nice, see? Looks like water, right? It's got a nice sheen going. So that oil really helps. Really helps. I like it a lot with water. And just blending in general. This is a lifesaver right here. And I got the grand of that, and I actually got another one in backup because I go through it so much. Okay. So we might come down and play with the water a little more, but for right now, let's go somewhere else in the painting. Okay. So there it is. So let's just go right up into this. It's right there. I'm gonna take a look at it on the picture real quick just to make sure. Here. And what's cool about working off an iPad like this is you can zoom, right? So if you really need to look at some detail, it makes working off an iPad like this, or maybe a phone or some sort of tablet where you can do this, just makes things easy. right? So we have some different greens in here, right? Not just one green, there's a few different greens. So let's bring some greens. This is a really bright one. Probably gonna bring some of these darker ones here. Okay, and there's that bright one. Not sure how much of that I'll use, but we'll see. Yeah, maybe it'll even get brighter. Maybe I'll use one of these guys. Really light burnt greens. All right, so we're gonna start with the dark. I like to start dark and then go light from there. So this is a neopastel. This is a nice, you see that color it is. So it's green, kind of a darker green. It's got some blue in it. Okay, that's neopastel. I'm going to take this and we're just going to rub it right into here. So I'm not using any blender right now. I'm just going to put the color in. I'm going to go over the dark areas with it. And just basically the whole grass. Especially right here where that meets the water. And get that nice dark grass going right there. It'll kind of lift the land out of the water a little bit. And maybe some of that kind of does that. Okay. This is really dry from the fixative, and there's no oil down, so it's just really dry. And just a really light rub pulls that pigment right off of it. And so that texture of the paper, I'm letting that do the work for me. Okay. And then up here, grass, there's kind of a grassy little area that kind of comes down right in front of that tree. Kind of does that. And we'll go over that again. And then up here. Okay. So get that dark green down there. So more pressure down equals darker, right? Because there's more color coming off of it. Less pressure, not as dark as far as the color goes, you know, the amount of color. All right, we're going to take this same green, going to go over here with it. Kind of do a similar thing. I'm even going to take it into the shadow, so I'm going to go over the blue with this green. And that'll help it sit back a little bit more. It's not going to be so, it's not going to jump so much. Okay. All right, so there's that green. Okay, now let's take a lighter green. Let's try this one. I don't know if this will be the one I use, but let's see. Let's compare it to this, the one we just put down. You can see it's just a shade lighter. All right, let's just see what it looks like. Yeah, I don't really like it. I think it's too green. You know, it's like the green, it's too strong. So I just put a little bit on there. And I'm going to go over it with some different greens here, but that's the thing with greens is that it's a tricky color to play with and do this with because it can be too strong or not enough. So I end up having to layer a lot of the greens to get the right value. I like it back in here on the shadow now. Looks a little more natural, doesn't it? Okay. There's that. Okay, now, which one of these guys here should I try? I have a feeling this is not going to be the right one. So I'm going to try this one. Yeah. All right, let's try this one. This is going to be bright. Question though, is it the right kind of bright green? For example, there's some greens that have a little bit more yellow in it, right? Looks a bit more like grass. And this one, I think, is on the other side of it. I want a little bit more yellow into this, but let's just put this down. We'll see what it looks like and adjust if needed. So I'm just going right over the other greens I had put down. Very light. So you can still see that dark color underneath it. And if you put a little bit more pressure down, you can get more pigment down, and then I can separate this part from this part by just putting pressure down. Like this is a little mound or something that's sticking up or something like that. And then over here, the grass is kind of coming down and creates this little ledge here or something. And same with the right here. Okay. Now over here, I'm going to lighten this area. And I might have to come back in with a gray to tone that down. Something like that. Over here we have more of this light green grass here. Very light, not heavy-handed, just very light, just kind of feeling my way through it. Very light. Okay. Good. All right, now, let's see. This is that gray green that I started off with. I'm going to come back in with this. I'm going to tone some of this down a little bit, especially the back area. All right, because I don't want that to be the same value as these. I need this to be a little bit toned. It's further away, so the colors aren't going to be popping like up here. So a gray really helps with toning your colors down. And this is a green gray, so it's working well with the greens. We'll put some in the shadow just to kind of keep things the same. You can see how I separated now this area from this area just by doing that. I'll put a little bit over here, not too much. We'll drop a little onto it. I haven't used any of that oil blender stick yet. Still just kind of putting the color down. All right, so let's go with another green. I had a feeling I would do this, but I want to bring in maybe this one, which is basically the same. Yeah, this is really bright. Maybe even this yellow. It's got a lot of yellow in it. This one here. That's the sun, by the way. What's left of it. And this is a Mungio. You can see that the green is definitely different. So this one here, the little one's got a little bit more yellow into it. Let's see what this looks like. Definitely brighter. Let's take a look at my picture real quick. Find the bright parts of the green, which is kind of up in here. Kind of right there. Okay. Maybe right here to kind of bring that part out a little bit better. Okay. All right. Now here's that sun. It has a little bit of yellow. It's like a yellowy, green. You can see this one's just really, just how bright the suns are. They're just so juicy. I like to call them, they're juicy. Definitely adds a little yellow to it, which I like. Might bring some ochre into this just to enhance it a little bit better. But let's pop the sun here where it hits the grass. I haven't blended, right? I'm just laying the color down, letting the paper grab it. So I'm not really pushing down on it. Just letting that paper grab it. Okay. See all that texture? Haven't blended. Okay. Now, I think I'm going to bring in some ochres to that. Question is, which one? A lot of choices here. Maybe this one, which is kind of a interesting ochre. It's got some green in it. Let's just see. I'm curious if this will work. This might work here. Definitely makes it darker, but I like the kind of the brownish, almost ochre color I can see in it. Just going over the top with this. Back in there. And we'll come back with this. And you'll start to see things happen when you're layering like this. You just kind of bring one color and then I do another color and then you just are stacking colors. Get it nice and lush. Maybe make little blades of grass actually, huh? I mean, I could do that. Just a little bit. Working on this little nub. I need to get another cent of this value here. Kind of pretty much run out of this. And so yeah, the grass that's closer to us, we're going to give it a little bit more definition by kind of creating actual grass here, and blades of grass. Not too bad. I don't want to go too crazy here. Okay. All right. Here we go. So I'm liking that. Let's take a stump here. Let's just see what it looks like when we blend some of this out. So I'm not going to use this one. So when I used in the water, I'm going to let's see here. Maybe one of these. I'll try this one. So this has already got some color on it. See the colors? So it's going to transfer when I do this, which is okay. I can cover it. But I'm going to start over here to try to get some of that color off. All right. And we'll just do a little bit of a... I'm going to use the point here. So I don't want a heavy blend. I kind of want to create texture. So I don't want to blend it heavily. And I'm using the point to kind of do a little bit of a scratch back of the darker greens that are underneath that light green. All right, so some of that is scratched back, some of it blends. It's very random. I think I'm going to blend here too much because I like the way that looks already. And this here, we can kind of take the edge of that stump there and just kind of drag it up, out. So if you don't have any stumps, go get some. These are like little paintbrushes, really. Helps so much to get details with these things. And I could use my finger, but it's just not the same. I guess if I had fingernails, you know, I could probably, that would help. But yeah, go get yourself stumps. Just go on Amazon and get yourself a pack or 2 packs. And try it out. So back here I don't want a lot of detail because this is further away. So here I'll do a little bit more of a blend. But not heavy. And here. Okay. Okay. See what that looks like. So definitely better. Like I definitely improved this shadow, right? It's not so obvious. It's settled out and you can kind of see into the shadow. It doesn't come forward too much like it was before. All right, let's take this green here. We're gonna keep kind of cutting into there. And I'll take this and rub it out a little. There we go. Kind of build the shadow areas with these values here. So this is that really bright really strong green color. See that? Very careful with this. Just very. There's some marks in there. Some foliage. Different kinds of plants or something. Cut into the shadow with that. Softens it. Perfect. All right. So I'm liking this. I'm liking the water, I'm liking the grass. Let's kind of work on these parts here, these darker parts. And let's look at that on the picture real quick. Let's see it here. Right. So we're going to bring some color into that. But I'm going to start off with the brown. Now I got two different kinds of browns. I got that dark one. You can see here the difference. So this is the dark one. This one's slightly lighter. So you can tell here, there's the light one. Okay. Here's the darker. See the difference there? Right. So browns are great for shadow and getting your darks. So I'm going to use the lesser of these. Come in here and just put a little bit more down in the dark areas here. I think this is a neopastel, I'm pretty sure it is. The neopastel has a really nice dark brown. This one, there I showed you. I go through this one quite a bit. Okay, just kind of bring in some different brown in there. A little bit more details. Try it over here a little bit. There's like some sticks or something. Plant or something, a bush or whatever. Those sticks or something sticking out of there. Okay. All right, so that was that medium. And let's go with the darker. And we're just gonna go over the darks again with this dark brown. And that shadow really kind of comes across right here. Bringing some of that dark and just very lightly going over the top of this grass and certain, very light. Very light. Just get a little bit more contrast there. A little bit more contrast in the grass. Yeah, definitely looks better. All right, now ochres. Let's see, there's an ochre here. Haven't gotten to my khakis yet. Let's see, might do that with the khakis and maybe the chocolate gray. All right, so let's move all these guys over. So here's that, this is like a chocolate gray brown that I like so much, and this is a neopastel. But we're gonna etch in part of this little mound thing, or whatever you want to call this little raised area here. Kind of bring a little bit more definition into it. And even back in here. Kind of bringing it up into this tree here. Gotta remember to keep my camera on my work. I guess I could get it, I do have a tripod and I could use that, but what I like about this setup is I can get really close and you guys can actually see the oil pastel stick strike the surface, which I think is really important to see that. Because that's how you really use this medium. You're really close to your work, right? If I had the tripod and was back here, you wouldn't be able to see the closeness of this. Okay. So that was that chocolate. Chocolate, this is a Munjo. I guess I call it a chocolate brown, but it is part of the gray family. Here's that khaki gray. The khaki gray reminds me of the khaki pants I used to wear a lot. But some of that sun's hitting this side of the hillside here, so it's lighting up this area. Okay, it's really bright. Let's come up to here, do some marks with the same thing with this khaki color. Very loose. All right, you can see how that looks. Okay, my khaki gray. I'm gonna bring some of that khaki gray right up into the tree, actually, on the light side. We're just gonna cover that pale yellow, that the nupastel that I put down in the very beginning stages here. Just gonna cover it with this khaki. And I'll probably cover it again with the pale yellow, but we'll see what the khaki looks like on it. Since it's a light enough value, I think this might look pretty good. That tree, this part's in the sun right there. So this is this part. You can see part of this tree, those are getting really illuminated by the light. Those are dark, you can keep those dark, but up in here, the light does come through and light up some of these branches. Not every branch, but some of them get the sun and some don't. This is where you can start adding a lot of details to things when you start bringing in light like this. You can start modeling the tree a little bit with it, you know, like the bark and the way the bark is and the way the light shines around it or through it. Okay, it's pretty good. Yep, and we'll bring that same khaki right here to this side. Just kind of define the tree a little. Most of it's going to be in shade, but there will be some parts that hit the sun. I still haven't put any foliage on these trees yet, right? It's still just the branches. Okay. Detail work there. Kind of a, you know, how that bark is on trees. There we go. You can see as I keep going how the details just start, how they start working together. All right, so I'm going to go back to that dark brown. So it's this one. Again, with the darks. And the marks change, you know. It's not just dark all over. There's darks in a few spots here. Very specific spots where it's going to be the darkest. Okay. Something like that. And I'm going to use this blue. So it's that sapphire or Prussian blue. They're so close, you know, they're so close, these colors. Almost looks the same to me sometimes, but they are slightly different. I think the difference is just the amount of blue that each one will have. I'm going to create a little bit of a shadow for this here with using this blue. And also right in here, kind of change that. Remember, adding a blue on a brown, it does change it. So play around with that. Okay. And I haven't used any of the blender stick here. Kind of just slowly building layer by layer. So I'm getting oil down, but I haven't used any of that blender. I might use some here. Don't really know yet. Okay. And there's an ochre. Bring a little ochre here. Nice orange color. And going over that khaki parts with it a little bit, changing that a little. I don't know if that's right, but you know, we'll see. I find that ochres are just such a natural earth color, you know, earth tones. It's popular. It's got that nice, just that right perfect yellow orange. It's not too overbearing. See how that works there. Okay. You know, when it gets down to these little shards and you got these little fine points, I call them shards because that's what they look like. Right? It makes it really easy to then cut into and get really detailed stuff by just using the points like this of this little shard. Very good. Very good. Just taking that blue right on top of that brown. All right, let's take a look back. Let's take a look a couple steps. So there is the picture on the right, you know, the actual photograph, and the painting on the left. And this is where I'm at with it. And so I can see something I want to change right now. And it's this thing right here. I don't like the way that goes up like that. So let's see. Let's just add a little bit more. It's because of that shadow. Let's take this dark green and we'll just kind of not make it so dark, but still dark. If that makes sense. And that sen that I was using here. Here. It's a little bit better. Use some different greens here. You can see that acts as like a shadow green. Greens are fun to play with, honestly. I mean, they can be difficult and you have to rework some things, but man, when you get it right, just right, though, you make it really beautiful. We'll pop more highlight back in there. Careful though, I don't want it too obvious. I'm going to blend this a little bit, maybe. Yes. All right. So I'm not going to put any oil down, but I am going to kind of smear these things around. I'm getting to the surface area here where I'm getting a lot of OP down, and so it's just really easy to move. Like I said, you get into a sweet spot with oil pastel, where you're starting to get enough layers down where this process then becomes really easy. You're not battling and fighting the paper and everything. All right. I'm gonna take a quick break here. My shoulder is killing me, and I need to move it. So I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back here in a second. All right. I had to take a break there and move my arm around, move my shoulder and stuff, and just kind of give my body a little break. So I'm back. Here we go. All right. So I think I'm going to start up here now and start pulling in some foliage. And the question is what color am I going to do for that? Probably going to use some of this green. And then maybe this gray. That's a neopastel, dark gray. Just picked it up last week, actually. Probably some of this green, right? A little bit of green. All right. Let's start with the gray, actually. All right, we're gonna start with gray. Actually has some dog hair in it. Okay, let's see what this looks like here. So I'm gonna cover a lot of this blue up. Okay, I'm just gonna use the edge here to kind of an indication that these branches aren't bare, that they do have leaves. Kind of dab it in there. You know, and this is just random. Like, it's not like a real formula to this. I think what I'm going for is I do need to leave sky holes. You know, that needs to be in there, but not too many, right? Not too much. But you don't want it. You don't want just to be all one. You know, there's got to be some air inside of the tree. There's got to be a see-through quality about it. So when you're thinking about your trees, think of them in a three-dimensional sense. You know, it has a front and a middle and a back. And I think if you think of it like that in your brain, I think it kind of helps you, right? You think in things in 3D, and then you try to transfer that to a painting. It's like you start trying some things to figure out how to do that. So I'm just going to put in this gray, and this is going to kind of be the foliage that I would consider to be in shade, right? And I need sky holes, but I'd also need to cover a lot of this up. And I don't want green here because I want it to sit back. So I find that starting off with a gray or something like that, a neutral, I think is going to help you. So that's looking pretty good. Let's see. Let's keep going with it. Bring it over to this one. Kind of get some same kind of deal going over here. You can do little branches, you know, kind of more detailed stuff happening. Yeah, so I just picked up, this is a neopastel, and it's, I think it's just their dark gray. It was the darkest gray they had as far as their open stock stuff was. I haven't used it before, so I picked it up. This is kind of the first real use I've had of it. I like it. Yeah, it's a nice value. I think it leans more blue than green, right? Because all grays kind of lean one way. And this one leans a little bit more of a bluer tone. I think it's good to have a different varieties of grays in your setup. I think that's an important thing. Just from experience from what I've had. It's nice to have a good variety of grays. You know, like cooler grays, warmer grays. Because usually the grays are always mixed in with the other color, and depending on where it turns, you know, cool or warm, it can affect the other colors, you know. All right, so just kind of work this in, random spots. coverage up in here. Where these trees overlap, there's not going to be a lot of sky happening because there's too much leaves in the way. So we can really block a lot of that out. Right? Because if you have these two trees, right, and this is overlapping here, you're not going to see a lot of sky through there, right? Try to imagine, right? I'm looking at a picture, so it definitely helps, but you know, at some point you look away from the picture and then you just imagine it, and then you're imagining the picture, and then you're kind of imagining yourself being there. That's what I do a lot with I'm doing this. Try to picture myself there. Branches. We'll come back in with a better highlight here. Yeah, a little bit going more up here. Sorry, talking to myself. Some of these are going to come in front of this big part of the tree trunk there. It's random, I mean, you know, just kind of. Okay, let's take a look. Starting to fill that out, so it looks pretty good. Let's just keep going though. Lower stuff down here. Make this branch a little bit thicker here. It needs to be a little thicker. And there seems to be some shading happening on the tree. Kind of like right around here. I'll just use that gray to kind of try to recreate that effect here. Shading. So good use of that gray, right? All right, now I'm just gonna go with this green gray, which is one of my favorites. This is the Mungio. This is a very versatile one. It's a green, but it's got a gray in it, which is pleasant because it's not overbearing. You know, it's not too powerful or too strong, as they say. So we'll come in with this in certain areas and kind of bring forward some of this foliage closer to us by putting in this color. And the trick is where, right? Where is it going to go? So I'm going to come over here actually and do a lot of it in this, because this is where that sun is coming at the strongest, right? It's hitting this side stronger. So we'll start it with this. I'm just dabbing, just poking the pit, you know, poking, creating little marks. That's kind of how I do it. I'll switch the tip around too. So, because sometimes if you just hit the same side, it'll stop putting down pigment. So you gotta twist it. Keep going. So I'll twist it around. I want to leave some of that gray behind it, because I want you to be able to see that. Give that more of a three-dimensional feel if I leave some of that gray stuff back there visible. So some of that gray back there needs to be there. This will come in front of that big trunk area. It kind of goes back. More right here. Okay, see the trees starting to come together, right? You can see how that gray helps, how that gray back there really helps. These are both just gray values, you know, just one leans to that dark bluer gray, and this leans green. This one leans very green. Great color. It's a Mungio. Might have a hard time replacing this one because I didn't write the number down or anything, and trying to match stuff online is almost impossible. It just doesn't look the right on the monitored color, you know, the sample color they show you. In its digital format, it just does not look like the real thing. Maybe right here. Starting to get into the shaded part, so this one. Let's see what it looks like here. All right, so I like that dark, definitely. Let's add a little bit more green up here though. Remember, this one's not going to get as much as this because this one's more in the sun. This one is not. Always got to be mindful of where my light's coming from and follow that through on every object and thing that is in this painting. Okay, let's see now how it looks. It's about right. I think that's about right. Now we're going to bring another color into this canopy. Let's get some more of this over here. Fill that out a little. All right, not bad. So that's these two guys right here so far in the trees. These are both grays, green, and these are both, well, this is the Mungio right here, right? Mungio, neopastel. Okay. Now I want to bring another highlight up here and really pop some of those leaves here. So what should I use for that? I have a lemon yellow. I think that's what this is. It's like a lemon gray. That might be an option. Maybe an ochre. I'll try some of these ochres just to see which one's gonna look the best. So let's try this is kind of a lemon gray. It's another neopastel. They got some really good ranges, color. Is that too bright? Is it too bright? It's almost like a white. I don't know if I like that. Let's try this ochre. This should lean. This is a Mungio, and it might have problems laying on top of that neopastel. And it looks like it's going to not cover that very well. I don't really like it either. I don't really want a yellow up in there like that. This is where I come to the problem where I don't really have the color I'm looking for, do I? And try just a little bit too. That's interesting. Not really what I'm looking for. Yeah, this is called experimenting. This is called what freaking there. Ooh, maybe one of these stems. Might have found it. Might have done it. Yeah, happens, right? You don't know which one to pick from sometimes, do you? I don't either. It's an experiment. Now this is the sennelier greens, and they're lush. They're amazing. And there is nothing like the sennelier brand. It's like in a class all of its own. And a little goes a long way with this brand here. It really does. You don't need to... I've done 100% sennelier oil pastel painting, and it was a long, long time ago. It was great. Yeah, it turned out awesome, but yeah, I mean, super vibrant painting, colorful. Nice, I like that. Let's just keep going with this this sen here. Kind of drop it in certain spots. It's a really pretty green color. Just kind of see what that sen does. I like it up close. Am I going to like it from far away? It's another thing I do is I look at my painting from 6 feet back a lot of times while I'm in the midst of working on it. So right there is about 6 feet, roughly. Right. Okay, not bad. I like it. Let's bring a little bit over here. Right to these guys down in this. Maybe a little bit of sun is hitting that. A little bit of sun comes through and hits that. Okay. More of that's going to be down here. More sun. More sun down in here. All right. So that was a very good choice right there. Can I keep going with the greens in that tree? Can I keep pushing it? Let's see, what other options do we have here? What's this one look like? So this one looks like here. This one is like pretty much the same. So that won't work. What about that? Whoa. Careful with this. It's too much of this. It will be too much. It's a nice little pop. Nice little pop highlight here. Suns are so soft that you can literally just wipe it off with a towel or a napkin or something. Yeah, this got a pop right here. See there? You pop a few of those. Twist, dab, wipe. Got a little towel up here that I kind of wipe it up. Creates a nice cleaner edge, which you can then keep going. This is like a lipstick, really. Honestly, that's kind of the consistency. It's very creamy. My favorite oil pastels, sens, as you can probably tell. They're just amazing to work with. But you know, the Mungios and neopastels is a good complement to these because they're still soft in their own parts and they're good quality. I mean, neopastel, Mungios, those are ours quality, but they're just not as soft as these sens. But it's still, they're really good. But the combination of them all together is what I've found for me really works. You know. But anyway, I don't know if I like too much highlight over there. I might change that. I might change that actually. I don't want to do too much. All right, coming along, right? Okay, so I got this blue, sapphire blue. I'm kind of going over the shaded areas, dropping a little bit more blue down. Kind of those bigger branches. Okay. I haven't even started or done anything down in here really, have I? It's just all been up here and here, and kind of left us all undone still. No rhyme or reason to that, you know, just kind of going with whatever you feel is right. Okay. I'm down to a dark brown. Again, just kind of reinforcing some of these darks. Some of those branches are darker than others. All right, give it a three-dimensional feel there. Okay. Kind of cover up some of the, see a lot of the paper underneath kind of really pulling through in some places here. So I'm going to kind of do some better coverage there. That's better. Kind of cover that. All right. Some of these branches, they don't have any leaves on them. All right. So now let's try to figure out the highlight of this tree. I got these, let's first try an ochre just to see that is what I want it to be. Do I want that color there? And this is just a total judgment call. It's really a preference. Like aspects of this. Let me just see what it looks like in different areas. I'm going for the light hitting some of these parts in here, right? The light kind of has to hit the tree in certain areas. This is an ochre. This is a Mungio value. I think it's just a light ochre. Really nice and strong here. I don't know if I'm going to keep this ochre color. We'll see. Might change it. Probably will change it. And it's cool looking. Not gonna lie. But do I really want it there? Let's see what a yellow on top of it looks like this pale yellow. This is a neopastel, so this is a brighter yellow, brighter value than that ochre is. But it's a neopastel. And what's great about the neopastels that I've learned is that certain colors are softer than the Mungio counterpart, and so you can lay them. You can usually lay a neopastel on top of a Mungio, where the other way around you can't. And it depends on the color. I know that for the yellows, the neopastel version is softer than the Mungio version. So it's good to know when you're layering and you're thinking about layers, you might want to start with the Mungios and then the neopastels on top of that, and then Sens, very top layer. That's one way of thinking about it. Yeah, it looks pretty awesome, actually. Especially where it hits really strong light. Kind of just smudging it a little bit of a smudge. It's pretty strong. No, don't want to keep it that way. What happens when I take then the khaki over that? Still keeping the brightness of the yellow, but toning it down somewhat. That's probably a good idea. Okay. Now, I'm going to do something else here to help that. I'm going to bring a lavender in here. And I'm going to very carefully, very gently put it in part of this tree. Why lavender? Well, I had that yellow in there, right? And I know that the opposite side of yellow is purple, right? I know that because I look at the color wheel and I see the yellow and I see purples on the opposite side. So those two colors together is a good combination. Just like orange and blue is, and red and green. Well, the purple yellow is also a nice one. So not too much lavender, just a little here and there. Just right next to it. Pretty cool. All right. Let's see now. I'm getting to my suns here, so a couple of cool, interesting colors here is this one, which is a nice, just wow, pretty blue. And of course that plum, one of my favorites. Let's try to put some of this in there. Now, this will darken things here a little bit, but it's going to add that color in there. That's kind of transparent. But on top of the neopastels, it'll look really pretty. That's what I'm going for, right? Really pretty. It's a real sticky one though. It doesn't really like to lay soft. Notice that some of these scents here are just kind of a pain to use. This is one of those colors where it doesn't want to lay on it sometimes. There we go. Okay, a little bit of there and there. Okay. Now we're going to go with the plum. Try to keep the papers on my scents as much as I can. Yeah, that plum. I like it. Great compliment to the greens is a little bit of that plum, that red in certain spots. Okay, this one not so much, it's further back. It's really this tree that's going to get most of the attention here. So that came in handy. Cover some of that up. There we go. Okay. Let's take a look. All right. Like that. And find a little edge for this tree. There we go. Okay. Yeah. All right. Looking good. Now I'm going to come back over here. There's too much sky here, in my opinion. Just too much. It's like drawing my eye over there. And I don't want my eye going there. So I'm just going to kind of block in a little bit more. Just kind of cover some of that up. Just keep the camera on the work. Sorry about that. I forget, kind of space out a little bit. Okay, now how much light am I going to bring to this tree? That is the question here. I don't want it like this. I don't know if I want them to be competing like that. I almost want that whole thing in shade, actually. I do want that whole thing in shade. I think it would look better. And in the reference picture, I haven't been looking at my reference picture. You can see some of it's in. Some of it's getting some light, but it's mostly in shade. I think I just want to do that. So, because it's just not looking right. Let's cover it with the blue. I'll start with that. I think it'll be better. And then, maybe a little gray on top. Gonna neutralize the blue. Come in with some brown. There we go. I think that's just better. I think that's just a better picture. Okay. Kind of neutralize that shadow. It's not so. Kind of doing some fine tuning, right? Fine tuning. Some grass here that kind of pops out. Now we're kind of getting back in this area. So, what do we do with that area? I think we go gray. It's primary color. And maybe that khaki gray and a gray on top. Maybe one of these two things would work. Let's go with this gray first. And just try to cover up all that color back in there with this. Try to hit most of that. Kind of that beige color back here. I'm just trying to cover that over a little bit more. I want it to stay gray. You know, I don't want to put a lot of green or any green back there. I'm probably just going to keep it grayed out because I really want these trees to come into us forward here. So if I put green back there, then it jumps it forward also. Yeah, we're getting towards the end here. Probably, I'm going to keep picking at this here for a little bit. You know, you kind of get to this part where I know I'm getting close, because once I get past this, there's not going to, I don't know if there's going to be too much more to this painting here. And you kind of pick at it for a little bit and just say, what can I do with it? What else can I do with it? All right, so I'm getting this gray here. So this is the Mungio gray. I'm gonna scrub that in there, back in there. Okay. I think I'm gonna smooth that out, and I think I'm gonna add some of that blender stick to help me with this process of kind of blending this back. Okay, I'm only putting that blender stick where I'm going to be blending here. All right. Okay, so that was that gray, and where's my stump? Here's a stump. Any stump will do. This is just gray. So it's pretty neutral. Just want to smooth those out back in there. I drag that color through. You can still see the blue. I try to make little trees back in there, right? Still see that right here. Okay, I know what I want to do with this. I want to darken that. That's my dog barking, I think. I think it's probably a neighbor. She's in the backyard. There's probably a neighbor in their backyard. And she's just letting them know, hey, I'm here. Just letting you know. Yeah, see, I pulled those forward. And now finish blending this. Oil helps to really cover the little parts of the paper I want to cover. And over here, $3.30. Hoping my battery on my phone here doesn't die on the middle of filming. Gotta hurry up. Okay, there we go. get a nice muted gray backdrop. I hope everything comes forward by doing that. Now we will continue building it. So I'm going to take this brown, I want to go over the blue, kind of tone down that blue somewhat. And it'll make it a little darker by doing that, which is fine. It's okay. Faint tree, there's something in the back you can see the trunks of. All right. A little darker. It's okay. We're gonna change it more. Some of these trunks are a little darker than the other ones. This is another green gray, but it has more gray than green. So these two are very close, but you can see the difference here. One's just more bluer. This one's got more blue, this one's got more green. So I'm gonna use the one that has more blue back in here and just see what that looks like. Some distant tree action back there. Try my left hand. Starting to switch now and try painting with my non-dominant hand, right? Because I'm right-handed. Give my other arm a break. And I use my left hand so much different. I actually started brushing my teeth with my left hand now. So every morning I brush my teeth, and every night I brush my teeth with my left hand. Okay, back to the right hand. But I'm getting better at it with my left hand as far as brushing my teeth. Okay, so I'm using this gray, kind of popping in some foliage. Okay, nice, coming in. What do we think about all that? Kind of want to shape this out a little bit better over here. I wonder if I should add another tree or something. Let's bring in some more light back there. We're going to bring in just a little bit more. Just a little bit more light coming through to that side of it. Maybe up here, so these grasses. Okay, just kind of feeling this one. Come over here. See, I'm kind of manipulating this over here, just changing it, trying to make it a little bit more cohesive with everything. This shadow here is kind of throwing me a little bit. Yeah, drop a little of that highlight of the grass into the water. I guess the reflection of it, right? Reflection of the grass is very light. Okay, it's supposed to reflect the grass, is what I'm trying to get at that. Just kind of picking at it, fine-tuning this guy, right? Kind of popping the lights, texture, details. It's kind of the very last stages of this. Okay. Actually, this tree is going to have a reflection here, so it's going to be about right here. It should be darker. I think what I'm going to do with that is use my dark, where's my dark? This guy. Just kind of same over here. Make those darker. This is my dark blue sen, which by itself is transparent, but on top of a brown, a neopastel dark brown, and then the blue, it makes it very much a nice dark deep color. Almost looks black in a lot of sense here. So Do need to be careful. Change in values here. See how I add it here, how much things will change with the values here. So you notice my marks are still horizontal when I get to the water. Very important. Keep just that in mind. Nice. I think that worked. Very cool. Let's see if I want to bring anything over here. I don't think so. It's mostly right in the front areas. All right. And maybe this branch here gets a little. Right, let's take a stump here. Let's see, which one? Let's try that one. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go over it with this stump, kind of smear it around. It's really soft and just super creamy. It's like paint almost. That's what this scent is. It just covers. It's a little darker here, which is what I wanted to do. Okay, and the water. I'm back in the water here. Just kind of smearing that blue around. Just kind of smearing all these colors, just kind of always in a horizontal fashion here. And this part of it over here, a reflection of that tree on that side. Oh, my dog. It's probably someone walking right in front of the house. was a really quick one. If it was UPS, then she would have kept going. I can tell by the length of her barking what's going on. Okay, just kind of smear that back. Water's just interesting. I really change it up a lot when I do it each time. But I always am doing this horizontal thing a lot. I notice I always just back and forth a lot. Different amounts of pressure. Get those lines just right. The surface is really just wet. It feels because all that oil I put down, so it's just gliding. Just making it really easy here. You can see that blender really helps with this water, right? And I use it a lot with water and skies, and it's like really get that color to really shine. Okay. Let's see. Nice. It is looking good. Okay. Now, what else can we do with the water? Well, I haven't used this silver blue yet. And there's nothing in the water that would indicate I would use this, but I think I'm going to use it anyways. I'm just going to try some highlights here. Certain areas. Really I don't know if you can even see what I'm doing here, but I'm kind of hitting this in certain parts and just dropping a little bit of this ice. So it's like a silver, not a silver blue, it's just a light gray, but it's got blue in it. Just kind of over the top in certain parts. Just kind of make it look a little bit more like a water surface. It's like the very top parts of the water, you know, like the yeah, changes it just a little. So, you know, you can keep doing this and just keep changing the water little bits at a time. And you just get to a point where you're like, I think I'm good. So I'm gonna put a little bit more blue back in here. Where the water is bending around this little turn here. All right. kind of just sit here and call it done, right? I mean, kind of done everything that I think. Just putting a little bit of purple up in the branches of here. Seems to come up and then stop. I need to continue that. There we go. Continue those out. See, I just keep tweaking, keep adding a little bit more to the tree. That's all right. It looks all right. Maybe kind of break it up in there. So there we go. Bring some of these leaves a little forward here. Foliage back here needs to just come out a little bit more. Okay. It's kind of some weird bushes or something back in there. Okay. All right, so I'm kind of getting close here. Pretty much done. I mean, there's really not much more for me to do. I could pick this a little bit more. You know, I can keep just adding more landscape. But really just picking at stuff. But I think we're getting there. I think we can call it pretty much there. I'm going to be picking at this for a while. Add a little bit more oil down here. I'm just going to add oil to the top of the water. Just let it just sit on top. Get it really shiny. Yeah. All right. So, what do you think? Should I call it quits? Can I do more highlights? Just pop that tree a little more. Right there, here. Stuff here. Where is my plum? So I'm tinkering. That's what I call this, is a tinker. I'm just picking at it. Kind of getting to a point where I'm gonna eventually just say enough is enough. Kind of there. All right, let's kind of clean up a little. I gotta stop looking at it. I've been looking at this for a while, so I need to stop. Need to come back at it a couple hours from now or tomorrow and see if there's any adjustments on what needs to change, or just leave it. I'm gonna clean my hands here. Okay. And we're gonna remove this from my chest here. I wear this chest mount, so there we go. I'm gonna take off the lens here, so it's real. All right. There you have it so far. You can see how the water is here. See the different textures and the blended versus unblended, and trying to get that translucent effect of water. You see the marks up close. Not a lot of blending back in there. Let's go back over to this tree. You can see it. See the colors in there, the plum. Different blues, different branches are shaded differently. Some are darker. Right, gives you a little bit more three-dimensional feel of that tree. And then this one over here, you can see the blues and the plum and different shades there, different kinds of blues. See that? See how I changed? So I changed things there, and so as a whole, you can see it really works. You know, everything kind of works together. Some branches pull forward, some pull back. Colors I used in there. There's a lot of layers of OP in this tree. You can see how they stack up. So yeah, I think we're gonna call it quits for right now. I can't keep looking at this because I'll pick it to death and then I'll make a mistake. And so I know when to stop, and I'm getting to that point. So I'm gonna go ahead and call it quits, but that is it pretty much. I'm gonna come at it tomorrow probably and take a look again and readjust. I can already tell I see something I want to change, but I think I want to kind of soften this mark here, because I can see a line that my eye is trying to make with that. And I think that's one thing I need to fix. So, but I need to quit for now. But here is the palette. You can see I dipped into my Sens quite a bit. Right. It's pretty much on all these guys over here, and the stumps. Kind of spread out a little bit. All right. So, if you have any questions, go ahead and leave those. Any suggestions as far as future videos you guys might be interested in seeing? I figured this is a good one for water, and obviously it turned into a good tree exercise. But you can see how I did that water, and see how much this came in handy, right, to get that nice sheen going, that nice water feel. Oops, put a little red down. It's okay. No worries. But yeah, this is really helpful. So there it is for now. And thanks you guys for watching. Thanks for subscribing. Let me know if there's any topics or scenes or something that you would like to see. And I can go ahead and probably do something like that. So I'm using Sennelier's, the Mungio Gallery Soft Oil Pastels. There is a difference. They do make two different brands. And the neopastels, those are my oil pastels. And I'm using pastelmat on the paper, Clairefontaine pastelmat, okay? So if you're using different brands of oil pastel and you're using a different paper, a different surface, you're gonna have a different look. It's gonna be different for you. Obviously, of course, we all draw and paint different, but surface, paper, and the brand of OP you're using makes a big difference. All right, so thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you next time. Okay, so here it is finished. I actually worked on this a little bit last night, and so I want to show you kind of the finished piece here. So what I did, a big difference you're going to see here is how the light comes through and actually highlights the surface of the water here, and I didn't have that before. And now that I've added it, it makes a huge difference. The light carries through the entire scene, and it's just a lot more believable. All right, so to get that light on the surface of the water, what I did is I got this Mungio light gray. And I like this one a lot because it has a lot of blues in it. I don't know if you can see that here, but there is a blue, nice blue tint to it. You can almost use it as a sky color, but very subtle blues there. So I just took this blue, this light gray Mungio. I really just dragged it on the surface like this. And I made enough passes with it until I eventually got this effect here. It's what you're seeing here. Okay, so I used this light gray for that, which got a little blue in it. And then I took my Prussian blue or my sapphire blue, either one would work, I think, here. And I went and I created the shadow of this land, the grass area. Because I figure the light's coming, down this way, right? And it's hitting this, but there is going to be a shadow here where it transitions from the grass to the water. And so I use this blue here and I just kind of scrub that in there and put a little down in here as well. As you can see how that works with that. And then I also add a little bit more blue in this shadow part here, and then I increase the light on the surface of the water behind the shadow so it continues through the scene. So those are the two, I think, major differences changes I made here last night. And then also I added a little bit more light to the scene, and I did that with a pale yellow. And like I said, I have two pale yellows, and they're very different actually. So I got the neopastel pale yellow, right? I'm getting down to the end of that one. And I have my Mungio pale yellow, and they're different. The Mungio version is harder, and neopastel is softer. So I'm able to layer that, and that's very helpful to do that. So what I did was I took my Mungio pale yellow and I basically just went here and I just started going like this, just very light scrubbing on the surface. So not a lot of pressure, just very light. I let the paper pick up the pigment and it drops at pigment, and you can kind of see that broken color there. You see that brokenness, and that's this pale yellow just going right across. Right? And if you do that enough times, you can actually make light rays or sun rays or whatever you want to call it. You can also, this is a good way to create light going through haze or mist, because if you can do that and then you can start rubbing and kind of get rid of the texture of it, but you can still retain the yellow or the light from it. You can see how I'm changing it just by rubbing it. And so that's a good way to kind of bring more light or add a little bit more drama to the scene, is kind of take this, if you have a lighted scene, and just drag it where you think the light, you know, how the light goes, how it filters through. And so I did that as well here. And I basically did that technique here, and I did some in there. You can kind of see it here and there, right in that little spot there. And then also on the other side. And so you can, when you look at it, you can see how the back part of the painting kind of illuminates, right? And that's all from just this pale yellow, this Mungio. So I think I'm done. Like I tinkered with it, saw the changes I need to make and made those changes, and I think I'm just done working on this. So there you have it. And this is the full palette here. Got a little messy here, but you can see all these values here, all these colors made it into the painting. Use that plum quite a bit, and I use that up here in the tree. I kind of like it for a nice warm dark, good warm dark value. It's dark, but it leans warm, and it adds a nice red amongst the greens. It really pops, really looks good. Makes the greens look better, actually, when you kind of put a complement like this, and this is a very subtle way to do that. Yeah, so that is it, guys, and get out of the light here. I got a sunroof here in my studio. You can see here, sunroofs. Right, they're cool. I like the light that it brings, but sometimes it acts like a spotlight, and I don't like that so much. So there you have it. Here's the, I'll show you the original picture again. There it is. You can see those side by side. You can see how different it is, right? Generally the landscape's relatively the same, but you can see I bring in different colors, and I like to exaggerate things, and I don't like to follow pictures exactly. It's more of a reference point. So there's the picture. Pretty awesome picture. There's the painting of it. You can really see I concentrated on the water and the light, and that tree right there got the most attention. So those three elements there. So that's it. This is my third video. Thank you guys for watching. If you all made it through this long one. Any comments, I do appreciate it. Also, if you have any suggestions for scenes or you know, techniques or things that you want to see here, that you would like me to do a tutorial of, I am more than happy to entertain that. You know, if there's certain scenes or certain techniques you want to see, just let me know. Just send me a message or leave a comment, and I will try to get to that. So thanks everybody again. Thanks for watching, and you all have a great day. Okay, bye-bye.